Manchakam Prashutaranga Bhajo Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Manchakam Prashutaranga Bhajo Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Shivigrahara Dhananityanana Sringara Tanma Giramadhanado Shivigrahara Dhananityanana Sringara Tanma Giramadhanado Bhaktam Shanyunjandopi Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Bhaktam Shanyunjandopi Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Bhaktam Shanyunjandopi Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda Chatur Vida Shri Bhagavad Prasada Svadvana Tiptan Haribhakusanya
Chatur Vida Shri Bhagavad Prasada Svadvana Tiptan Haribhakusanya
Chatur Vida Shri Bhagavad Prasada Svadvana Tiptan Haribhakusanya Vibhaiva Triptan Bhajadak Sadaiva Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Vibhaiva Triptan Bhajadak Sadaiva Pande Guroshi
Vibhaiva Triptan Bhajadak Sadaiva Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Vibhaiva Triptan Bhajadak Sadaiva Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Shiradhika Madhavayara Para Madhurya Lila Kurupam Namna
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 Pratikana Swadana Lulupasya Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
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 Nikunjayuno Radhikali Siddhai Ayadu Biryuktir Apekshaniya
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 Adrati Dakshati Balavasya Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Adrati Dakshati Balavasya Pande Guroshi Charnaravinda
Dakshyati Balabhasya Pande Guru Shri Charana Vinda
Dakshyati Balabhasya Pande Guru Shri Charana Vinda
Dakshari Tvena Samasa Shatre Ruktatita Bhavyate Vasadi
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 Dakshari Tvena Samasa Shatre Ruktatita Bhavyate Vasadi Hindu Prabhuya Prayeva Tasya Pande Guru Shri Charana Vinda Prasada Bhagavat Prasada Dasha Prasada Nagati Kutopi Dasha Prasada Bhagavat Prasada Dasha Prasada Nagati Kutopi Jayam Stuvantachaya Satri Sandhya Pande Guru Shri Charana Vinda Jayam Stuvantachaya Satri Sandhya Pande Guru Shri Charana Vinda Saradava Nalalita Loka Pranaya Karunya Ganakanatva Asya Kalyana Gunana Vasya Pande Guru Shri Charana Vinda Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane
Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namane
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunyavadi Paskajade Sitarine
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskajade Sitarine
Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Sri Sari Gaur Bhaktivinoda.
Jai Shri Krishna Hare Krishna, Ram Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhara, Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Brahmacharya Asadhara Satushi Shivan is of Andre Shalasi Bhaktivedanta Swaraj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai ISKCON Samsabhacharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jai Vishnupad Paramahamsa Brahmacharya Asadhara Satushi Shivan is of Andre Shalabhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Anantakoti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridasa Ko Ki Jai Shri Rup Sanatan Bharaganath Shri Ji Gopala Dasraganath Shri Goswami Guru Ki Jai Ram Shigo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Pranityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasudeva Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakun Radhakun Giri Gopindam Ki Jai Matharadam Ki Jai Vrindavan Ki Jai Maipurdam Ki Jai Puridam Ki Jai Puridam Ki Jai Ayodhya Ki Jai ISKCON Ljubljana Ki Jai Gangavayan Ki Jai Gangavayan Ki Jai Srimati Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Srimati Tulsi Devi Ki Jai Shri Pachitati Ki Jai Shri Gauranitai Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Ki Jai Shri Krishna Balaram Ki Jai Shri Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada's Yes Buddha Ki Jai Srila Prabhupada Avivirta Baba ki jai. Gaur Premanande. Slava Rani Baba. Slava Rani Baba. Slava Shri Guru Shri Rani.
Just breathing some of it.
I'm going to get back. Jai Radha Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Kiha Vanachari Yamuna Kiha Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari 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 Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Kopidana Vallabha Girivanadari Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yasodanandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Kiha Vanachari Yamuna Kiha Vanachari Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari 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 Jai Namo Vishnupad Paramahansa Brahmadakasharya Asadhara Sadushi Shivan His Divine Grace Shalasi Bhaktivedanta Swaraj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Gaur Premanande Harvo Slava Zabrani Bhaktam Slava Shri Guru Shri Guranga Om Magyanatamanandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chaksura Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Yadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurum Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raganatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Vrijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vasakan Dvitamscha Hey Krishna Karna Sindhu Dinabando Dugatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Prishabhanu Sudhadevi Pranamami Hari Priye Panchakapa Trivyascha Kripa Sindhu Viracha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya 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 Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I'll give a short introduction to our readings that are about to take place. Being the Vyas Puja of Srila Prabhupada, one of the things we should understand is that although Srila Prabhupada's Vyas Puja falls between Krishna Janmashtami and Radharani Radhastami, without going through Srila Prabhupada, we're not going to understand either Krishna or Srimati Radharani. We may get some glimpse, but then again, even some Kamsa and Hiranyakashipu and Ravana, they got some glimpse also. Not a very pleasant glimpse, but they got a glimpse. If we actually want to enter into the experience of Krishna, being conscious of Krishna and Srimati Radharani, we have to do it as a servant of Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, although he has the title, the founder Acharya of ISKCON, it has great significance. In other words, it's the actual feeling of being a servant of Srila Prabhupada that allows us to understand anything about Krishna consciousness. He's the root of our society. Of course, there may be other societies, but I don't know of any other society who had a representative of Krishna who was empowered with Krishna consciousness like Srila Prabhupada. There is no one else who went around the world and distributed Krishna consciousness internationally, and of all different nationalities and races and creeds or whatever, created devotees, potential devotees of Krishna. Therefore, when it says, Taraka Pratishta Shutiya Vivina Nasavri Shiriyasya Nabina Dharmasya Tattvam Nihitam Guhayam Mahajno Yena Kata Sabhanta. That we can argue. As a matter of fact, the devotees like to argue. Prabhupada once said they like to fight. It's the Western disease. As soon as we look at someone, we're trying to figure out who will win. In some way or another. And therefore arguments can be constructive if we're actually sincerely trying to understand what the conclusion is. Especially arguments based upon, as the next thing is, Shastra. But what's Shastra? Tarka, Pratishta, Shrutiya, Vibhina. There are so many different Shastras. But anyone who joins the Hare Krishna movement, we should understand the actual authority within our society is Srila Prabhupada. And anyone who's not, and Srila Prabhupada is representing our acharyas. It's not that he's an independent authority, and therefore he's giving us an idea how to serve the acharyas, and amongst the acharyas, or backing the acharyas, are the 6 Goswamis, who Chaitanya Mahaprabhu personally instructed on the science of Krishna consciousness for us in this age. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Panchatattva, they're the ones who brought the feelings of separation into this world of Radha and Krishna and their associates in Vrindavan. So it's only going through them in this age that we can actually come to Vrindavan. Vrindavan is not simply a place that we achieve after we leave this body. Vrindavan is a consciousness that we achieve while we're in this body. And in order to come to that platform, as much as we come to that platform, we have to simply develop the sentiment of service to Srila Prabhupada based upon actually knowing what he wants us to do and the feelings that we want to do that. Now, all the rest of us, whether we're initiating gurus or shiksha gurus or whatever we are, all we can do is try to help others try to understand that, how to come in contact by service to Prabhupada and his associates, but all with the mood of service to Prabhupada and his instructions, representing the disciples' succession, including Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and also representing the entire spiritual world with all its varieties. Prabhupada's books are not just simply books, they're actually revelations of the spiritual world. Now, anyone could have translated Srimad Bhagavatam, matter of fact, some devotees did. And of course, those who did, they did as servants of Srila Prabhupada. But Prabhupada's writing and his speaking were actually transparent mediums to the spiritual world. If someone comes to that platform within our society, becoming a transparent medium to the spiritual world, it's only because they follow Srila Prabhupada. It's not that Srila Prabhupada won't be there, even if they're a transparent media, but they're a transparent media to Prabhupada, and etc. The acharyas, the 6 Goswamis, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the Panchatattva, and the whole spiritual world. They're there in Prabhupada's books. They're there in the sound, in his talking, in his preaching, in his activities. He's a manifestation of the spiritual world, and therefore this is not simply an ordinary day. For the devotees in the Hare Krishna movement, ISKCON specifically, this is actually more important for us to understand our relationship to Srila Prabhupada, because only through that can we understand our relationship with anyone else, including Radha and Krishna. Otherwise, it'll remain quite a mystery, and we'll always wonder, what is this movement all about? What are we here for? Well, we're here to understand our relationship to Srila Prabhupada, first of all, through his associates also. They should help us understand that relationship, so that we can enter into a relationship with Krishna and all his associates who come here to help us in this age of Kali Yuga. So, with that in mind, any questions? Yes. Did you raise your hand, Rishabh?
I was trying to formulate it in my head first.
Okay. Anyone has a question? Yes.
Hare Krishna. How to formulate my question? When I have preaching to the people that I meet in the street or on the train or everything that I'm going, can I explain Srila Prabhupada to because we are here in the Christian world. Christianity is our culture, the main culture here. Can I compare to say them that Jesus and Srila Prabhupada was such a preacher? Can I say in this direction to them that they understand what is Srila Prabhupada?
Well, when you're preaching to people who don't know Srila Prabhupada, you have whatever inspiration Krishna gives you within the heart to explain it to them. After all, we try to compare Krishna to so many different things. But in the Madhura Kandambini, when the devotee actually realizes Krishna, he says, I was comparing your form to such and such, but actually it was just like comparing like a mushroom to the Himalayas, the reality of the city. So it's not that we're going to come up with the perfect explanation. We come up with whatever explanation Krishna is going to give us to help them understand a little bit. The example is that the child wants to catch the moon and he's crying. So his mother gives him a mirror so he can see the reflection of the moon in the mirror, and then he thinks he has the moon in his hand. So we don't understand Prabhupada fully, and try to explain it to someone who knows nothing about what we're doing fully is impossible. We just do the best we can to get them interested in understanding more. Because if we can get them becoming interested in something more, then they can find out more, and we'll find out more too, by trying to help them get interested in getting something more, understanding Prabhupada better. But you should talk from your own experience. As much as Prabhupada has affected you and you understand him, then you can effectively relate that to others too.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hare Krishna. Now our society is growing more and more, and also there are so many other books also translated, but devotees from previous acharyas they are writing also many books. How we can preserve or continue that we understand, but we accept that Prabhupada is not ordinary person, or it's not only one out of many, and that there is exceptional personality. We can have this clear in our heart, mind, and our life.
Well, read Prabhupada's books, listen to his instructions, watch his movies, and try to see how Krishna reciprocates, taking shelter of Prabhupada. In other words, if we try to study his books and understand Krishna in reality, then see if Prabhupada has the best explanation of it. How do we understand it? We understand by realization, by experience. And if we don't have that experience, then we have the same experience by reading someone else's book as we do by reading Prabhupada's books, and we have that experience reading someone else's book without that person, that devotee who wrote the book is a transparent media to Srila Prabhupada. Then if we get the same experience, it means that we're not really getting very much experience from either one of them, either reading Prabhupada's books or these books we're reading. Because if they don't go through Prabhupada in this age, they don't have much experience. And if we're reading their books and they're going through Prabhupada, we won't get much experience. And if we read Prabhupada's books or hear his instructions or whatever, we don't get much experience. It means we're not going to get much experience in anything we do. So we should try to see or understand Prabhupada's books and then try to understand if this devotee is actually a transparent media to Prabhupada. as much as they are, then they can help us. As much as they're not going to help us very much. So therefore we should especially emphasize trying to understand Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and try to mold our activities according to what Prabhupada's purports are, his explanation, which allow us to enter into these activities, both in this world and in the spiritual world. And then see if we're actually entering, and then these other books will have some value because we'll be able to understand how much they're transparent to the spiritual world or not. It's not just Prabhupada was writing these books and it's a contest between Prabhupada's personality or whatever we may think and someone else's personality. No, Prabhupada's actually a transparent media to the spiritual world. And as much as anyone else follows Prabhupada, they also become a transparent media to the spiritual world. And if we're not experiencing the spiritual world, we're not properly reading Prabhupada's books with the right attitude. So we should try to read his books so we can change our attitude and enter more deeply into this experience of what transcendental experience is, namely the love between Krishna and all his devotees, especially Radha and Krishna and their associates. Is that all right?
Thank you. Like another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
But then we can have, this is possible, but because we're all individual, we can have different understanding of Srila Prabhupada. And how we can know that our understanding is correct?
Well, how do we know? Because it's based on ecstasy. If we're actually entering into the spiritual consciousness, then we know our spiritual, whatever anyone else may think, that we'll know our understanding is correct. We're feeling transcendental love and ecstasy and awakening. How could it be wrong? And if it's, in other words, how do you know if the sun is up in the sky? If you have eyes, you can see it. And of course, we know that the philosophy is that Bhakti Pareshanu Vyaktir Anyatha Trika Eka Kala Prabhadamasya Yatashtatostus Tushti Shudapaya Nugasam. That if you eat a meal, with every bite, you get alleviation of hunger, growing strength, and detachment. Well, let's see, growing strength, detachment from hunger, and satisfaction. So by properly executing devotional service, then you can see everyone and everything in relation to Krishna. You feeling glowing love for everyone and everything. You become detached from the things that draw our mind away from Krishna consciousness. That's how we know. Okay, one more question.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. I have a question regarding, you mentioned that in ISKCON, we, with our Shiksha and Diksha gurus, we are trying to actually serve together Srila Prabhupada. So how can we as a grand and grandchildren of Srila Prabhupada be sure that we are pleasing Srila Prabhupada by our service and by the way how we facilitate our service to him? Is this the same way as this last question?
Well, one way of doing it is to know what Prabhupada said, what he did. Then we'll know if it matches up to what he said, he told us to do. And if we don't know what to do, well, first of all, as in Krishna consciousness, if we recognize that everything in this world belongs to Krishna, as he says in 1857, Prabhupada's purport, and that we know who Krishna's authorities are, namely the books that Krishna has written, Bhagavad Gita and other spoken, and other books. We know his instructions, and the instructions of those who are actually representing Prabhupada and Krishna. Those who are actually representing Krishna. So we take their instructions and they follow them. We follow them as a servant with a mood of service, because that's who we are. And then the next step is we have to do it with some enthusiasm, some appreciation, some love, whatever. And then we'll remember Krishna. So similarly with Prabhupada, who pervades this movement everyone and everything that's going on in this movement that's actually following his instructions. He's pervading it. If we recognize that and then find out from Prabhupada what he wants us to do, because Krishna will give us the intelligence and Prabhupada would give us the intelligence to do that. And we do it with enthusiasm to serve him, we'll remember Prabhupada also. And by remembering Prabhupada, we'll be connected with the disciple succession, and we'll be connected with the spiritual world. All the instructions of Krishna will become clear. Yasya prasada, yasya deve parabhaktira, tata deve tata guru, yasyate kakita prakashante mahatmanaha. Only unto those devotees who have implicit faith in both the Guru and Krishna are all the imports of the Vedic literature revealed. So we have faith in our Guru, our initiating Guru, for instance, which is quite popular in ISKCON now, which is important, which is a foundational principle in Krishna's instructions. But if we're not remembering how he's connected to Prabhupada and to our disciple succession, we miss the whole point. If we don't see that he's a manifestation of Prabhupada, he's an instrument for Prabhupada, if we don't see how much or to what degree or how he's being an instrument, then if we do that, if we try to see like that, then we'll also remember Prabhupada and be connected with the disciple succession. It's not that Prabhupada wasn't seeing like that. He had a Mahabhagavat as a spiritual master, a great acharya, but he was seeing like that. He was connecting to the acharyas through his spiritual master. So we connect to our acharyas through our spiritual masters too. And if it's cut off, then we're cut off from the acharyas. However, we may think, if we think our spiritual master is independent of the acharya system, then we're wrong. It's not what Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita. It's not what Prabhupada emphasized. So it's not a contest between our spiritual master, our initiating guru, our shiksha gurus. It's a continuum. It's a connection between all of them. Between all of us.
And Maharaj, about this adaptation with time, place and circumstances, we can get in this mindset, can you give some sattva on this, which can contradict with?
Well, there's different times, places and circumstances, but our acharyas don't change. Krishna doesn't change. The process doesn't change.
Okay.
So we should know what our present capacity is, not try to imitate someone on a higher platform, thinking that we can make changes, because we'll be cut off immediately from our Guru Maharaj. We'll be cut off from our acharyas. We start whimsically trying to make changes. Just like, when we first joined the movement, it was relatively simple, because we didn't know very much. Not that we know that much now, I don't know that much now, but it was relatively simple. But still the tendency to speculate was there, because some of the devotees, they were in India, where there's unlimited speculation. Everyone thinks they know Krishna there. They don't, although they don't even know who they are. So coming back from there was all kinds of things about, chant, what mantras to chant. So Prabhupada had an opportunity to tell us exactly what we're supposed to be doing. For instance, chanting a mantra and you don't even know where it comes from, we're just wasting our time. If that mantra is not connecting us to the disciple succession, if we're not hearing it and chanting it as a servant over disciple succession, we're just like, parrots just chanting something, thinking we're doing great. No, it should actually connect us. And therefore Prabhupada told us very early, 69, first time I heard it, we should chant those mantras that come through our acharyas. Otherwise, they may be bona fide, but if our acharyas didn't chant them, where is the potency behind the mantra going to come from? Are we so potent that we can just, we're some kind of independent, potent entity that we just chant and the transcendental love comes from our heart, disconnected from our acharyas? We're just dreaming. We're just living in an imagination. Thank you. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Shri Vyaspuj ki jai, Gaur Premanande, Hari Bol.
His Holiness Praladana Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Shrupada Yasapuja Mahotsava ki Jai. Hare Krišna, dragi bhakte. Dobrodošli najprej na nadaljevanju dvodnevnega festivala. Najbolj ugoden dan v letu, 13. napevitev Šrila Prabhupade. Program bo, samo da malo obnovimo, se pravi po tej graštek in kratki prezentaciji Maharaža, zdaj bomo brali daritve, ki so jih napisali učenci Prabhupada, naši duhovni učitelji, tako je na urco približno, malo pred 12. uro, ko bomo darovali Bogu Šrila Prabhupadu, potem bomo imeli Guru Pujo Prabhupada in potem še Pušpanjali. Kratek kirtan, tja nekje do 12:30, ko bo prekinitev posta, eno nastropje niže, tako da okvirno. So in English also. So the program, now we'll read the offerings of Prabhupada disciples, our spiritual masters, and maybe some also from our devotees. Then approximately 11:45, something like that, we will have Boga offering for Srila Prabhupada, following by Guru Puja and following by Pushpanjali and short kirtan, approximately till 12:30, around 12:30, when we'll break fast downstairs with something light. And program will continue 2:15, I think, 2:15 by Abhishek, Srila Prabhupada Abhishek, and some there some movie about Prabhupada, and we will serve the Nandotsava feast, Mahaprasadam from which was yesterday offered to Lord Krishna for his birthday, will be served at 5:30. 5:30, which is usual time for Sunday feast prasadam. So this is the approximate schedule for today. So now what's following is the reading of offerings of Srila Prabhupada disciples. First, by His Holiness Praladana Swami. It's yours. It's all yours. Microphone.
I brought the guest food books here.
I have a printed form.
No, I have it on my iPad.
Okay. Okay, I have some printed.
We have two. There's the Prabhupada's Disciples book, and then there's the guest food.
Yeah, BPD.
Yes, I have both of them, at least on my iPad. So
Okay, I have.
missing.
Yeah, also, yeah. Just one note. For those disciples, for the Prabhupada disciples who has disciples here, we ask the devotees to read out. We have printed out for majority of you. If some I will miss, I will ask.
Let's go.
We don't have Indra Swami offering. You have? Okay, good. Others, what do you think? Lokana Swami, we have? We'll see on the way. Okay, thank you. Srila Prabhupada, Yasapuja Mahotsava ki Jai.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswatam Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Srinivadi Paschatya Siddharane. Why is Srila Prabhupada the founder of ISKCON our Acharya? The Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 113 states that Advaita Acharya is an Acharya because he propagated the Sankirtan movement. The phrase uses Bhakti Samshanat, meaning that he is recognized as an Acharya because of his effectiveness in spreading Krishna consciousness. Prahlad Maharaj states that one must accept an Acharya and follow his example and instructions in order to attain perfection. The Bhagavatam 7:532. Indeed, the Mahabharata affirms that everyone must choose a leader and follow him. Mahajano yena kata sabanta. Vanaparva 3:13-117. If one follows a material leader who is influenced by the modes of material nature, one will reach the leader's destination. Conversely, by choosing a spiritual leader, one can attain the same spiritual goal. Srila Prabhupada once said that if you want to find Narada Muni, follow his footprints, because they will lead you to him. Prahlad Maharaj also tells us that one of the qualities of an acharya is that he's fully engaged in Lord Krishna's transcendental loving service. The highest service, as Lord Krishna affirms at the end of the Bhagavad Gita, is spreading Krishna consciousness. Lord Chaitanya confirmed this by telling his followers, instruct everyone to follow the orders of Lord Shri Krishna as they are given in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. In this way, become a spiritual master and try to liberate everyone in this land. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 7:128. According to Srila Prabhupada, Bhaktivinoda Thakur has given practical hints that an Uttama Adhikari Vaishnava, an Acharya, can be recognized by their ability to convert many fallen souls to Vaishnavism. Nectar of Instruction, verse 5. Because of the extraordinary way Srila Prabhupada established the Krishna consciousness movement in this world, he should be accepted as an Uttama Adhikari Mahabhagavat Vaishnava and a great Acharya. The movement he founded, ISKCON, is dedicated to pure devotional service and spreading Krishna consciousness. Srila Prabhupada's unwavering adherence to the example and instructions of his Acharya, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur, made him perfect, and by following Srila Prabhupada's example and instructions, we too can obtain perfection in Krishna consciousness. Your servant, Prahladananda Swami.
Hariva. His Holiness Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki jai. Next offering is some disciple of Bir Krishna Goswami here? Priya Manjari is here? Okay, she's not here. Then offering from his... Sorry?
I'll read his offering.
Okay. Harivol! And he starts here.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Srinivadi Paskadyade Satarane. I see we both began in the same offering. Please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to the divine grace. In your second pranam mantra, we are informed that your mission is to preach the pure message of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the world, which is infected with impersonalism and voidism. Of course, the direct meaning of the mantra indicates the Western world. However, because the whole world is infected with Western values, I can understand that your pranam mantra implicitly refers to the entire world. You taught that the philosophies of impersonalism and voidism are not only incorrect and deviations from the true understanding of the absolute truth, but they also constitute offenses against the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, being insurmountable stumbling blocks on the path of self-realization. You enabled us to understand and avoid the subtle manifestations of impersonalism and voidism, which often masquerade as bhakti. The sahajiya tendency is a very insidious form of impersonalism. You dealt very strongly with the tendency of neophyte devotees to consider themselves more advanced than they actually are, and their consequent attempt to perform aspects of bhakti that they did not have the right to perform. Prabhupada, first of all, anartha nivritti. You're accustomed to so many bad habits. First of all, try to rectify it. Then talk of Swarup. Where is your Swarup? Simply wasting time. A man is diseased, he is thinking, when I shall be cured, I shall eat. Go to this hotel, I shall eat like this. First of all, cure. Then talk of eating, this and that. Swarup, talking Swarup. When you're cured, that is Swarup. So long you are not cured, what is the use of talking Swarup? First business is to cure yourself. Anartha nivritti. That is anartha nivritti. Garden Conversation, June 23rd, 1976, New Vrindavan. In this connection, we should be careful about the so-called Siddha Pranali. The Siddha Pranali process is followed by a class of men who are not very authorized and who have manufactured their own way of devotional service. They imagine they have become associates of the Lord simply by thinking themselves like that. This eternal behavior is not at all according to the regular principles. The so-called Siddha Pranali process is followed by the Prakrita Sahajya, a pseudo sect of so-called Vaishnavas. In the opinion of Rupa Goswami, such activities are simply disturbances to the standard way of devotional service. Nectar of devotion, eligibility for spontaneous devotional service. Prabhupada, yes, one has to come to that highest stage. It is not forbidden. That may be ideal, but not for the neophytes. You must. One who does not know A, B, C, D, what will he know about MA degrees? That they do not know. They think that they have already passed MA degree. That is their fault. Tamal Krishna. There's another statement I saw them where it says, it's a quote, that you can treat Krishna as your lover and Krishna will reciprocate. Hari Sari. And they underline the two words, you can treat Krishna as your lover, like that. In this way, they're talking about your quote, they're taking your quotes out of context. Brahmaswar, this is one of the main ideas in their philosophy is that the living entity can desire to have any relationship he wants with Krishna. Prabhupada, that's all right. He can desire. I already explained. First deserve, then desire. Tamal Krishna and Ramaswar. Deserve, then desire? Oh, Prabhupada, you're a rascal. How you can desire? You have no qualification. You desire to be to a high court judge. What is this nonsense? Ramaswar. But then they have an answer, Prabhupada. What is that answer? Ramaswar, that let me just try anyway to keep my mind thinking. Prabhupada, how can you try it? First of all, be qualified, a big lawyer. Then you become a high court judge. Where is the qualification? You were after illicit sex and bidi, and you wanted to be associated with the gopis? Ramaswar, they say that in ISKCON we do not. Prabhupada, let them say all nonsense. They are disqualified. Sahajya Babaji, that's all. You're following the footsteps of your spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who would brook no nonsense deviation. In a similar vein, he wrote, if one still has unwanted material impediments and anarthas present in their performance of devotional service, sadhana, then rasa can never be truly awakened. When the holy name of the Lord is chanted from the platform of pure ecstatic emotions, bhava, then the cheating mood born of pretentious devotional mellows can never be present. Let me read that again. When the holy name of the Lord is chanted from the platform of pure ecstatic emotions, bhava, then the cheating mood born of pretentious devotional mellows can never be present. I pray to you always remember your words written on the appearance anniversary of your spiritual master. Personally, I have no hope of any direct service for the coming crores of births of the sojourn of my life. But I am confident that someday or another I shall be delivered from this mire of delusion in which I am present so deeply sunk. Therefore, let me, with all earnestness, pray at the lotus feet of my divine master to allow me to suffer the lot for which I am destined due to my past misdoings, but to let me have the power of recollections that I am nothing but a tiny servant of the Almighty Absolute Godhead, realized through the unflinching mercy of my divine master. Let me therefore bow down at his lotus feet with all humility at my command. Before obtaining your shelter, I had no conception of the difference between personalism, impersonalism, and voidism, or the inherent danger of not being able to discriminate between them. Your teachings have enabled me to avoid the spiritual suicide of accepting anything other than pure personalism. I fully trust that if I always remain in your service and associate with your servitors, I will be protected from this danger. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for sheltering me and always protecting me. Your eternal servant, Hare Krishna Das Goswami.
Haribo, His Holiness. Haribo. Jai, Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki Jai. Next reading will be by disciple of Bhakti Vikash Maharaj.
Most dear, revered Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prashta Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. 50 years ago on Janmashtami, you formally accepted me as your disciple, and I have made many mistakes in my life. But taking shelter at your lotus feet was one thing I did right for sure. Everything else I did before that was all a mistake, one after another. Even after formally coming to your shelter, I continued to make mistakes moment after moment by not fully applying myself to your instructions. But you already know of all my weaknesses and struggles, and you like to hear good news, so I hope that you will be pleased to know that in the last year I published The Mood and Mission of Srila Prabhupada, which I hope will be a significant contribution to your mission, now and into the future. I also partook of the installation of splendorously beautiful Shri Gaura Radha Vallabha in your temple in Bhopal, run by my disciples, in a ceremony expertly conducted by members of the ISKCON Deity Worship Ministry. I also completed in 670 lectures a series of talks on Vishnu Sahasranama. Even though my recorded lectures are deliberately non-populistic and aim to transparently convey the message you gave as it is, they are reaching an ever-increasing audience of mostly serious listeners. I can be sure that the farm projects and book distribution I oversee are pleasing to you because you repeatedly stressed the importance of these programs. Construction of a magnificent stone temple in Salem, Tamil Nadu is nearing completion and we envision opening it next year if Krishna permits. Already a community of already 100 families live close by. My disciples are holding 3 Sankirtan Padayatras in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and a tribal area of Maharashtra. I pray these endeavors may bring you some satisfaction. On behalf of the devotees who are working hard to push these programs, I offer these efforts in a mood of grateful service, as contributions within the worldwide propagation of Krishna consciousness that you inaugurated. The previous year has seen more ups and downs in my life and in projects I oversee in your service. Some progress amid inevitable struggles and challenges, all on the background of my perennial anxiety about the ongoing state of your movement. Srila Prabhupada, in your personal presence, your followers were united and animated by your prediction that the Krishna consciousness movement would save the world in its darkest hour. The world has become unimaginably darker since then, but your book's instructions, movement, and vision can still save it. In my Vyasa Puja offering to you last year, I quoted, "Book distribution and farms, these are our solid programs. They can change the whole world. The whole foundation of animal civilization can be destroyed." Quoted from Tamal Krishna Goswami's diary, August 9th, 1977. If these farms become successful, then the whole world will be enveloped by Krishna consciousness. I then stated, if we, your followers, take these words to heart, Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chittete Koriya Aikya Arna Korihamani Asha, the world will change, people will experience the benefits of your wisdom, and automatically, rightfully, the whole world will glorify you. End quote. Your books and instructions are still there, but your movement is not very united, and its members have largely forgotten your vision for saving the world. Book distribution is going on, but I am distraught, considering how much more we as a movement could have done had we not jettisoned your instructions regarding farms and Varnashrama Dharma. We could have been a major force in alternative living with thousands, if not millions, on your farms. At least we could have saved so many good souls who came to Krishna consciousness, but then left or severely slackened their practices because we have no arrangement for them to live a decent family life. But it can still be done. And simply praying that the mood and mission of Srila Prabhupada can be instrumental in waking up your followers to the legacy you bequeathed them and their responsibility to fulfill it. That will be the most important service I have offered you so far. May my words and actions ever be faithful and pleasing to you, aspiring to remain eternally your servant Bhakti Vikasa Swami.
Haribol, His Holiness Bhakti Vikasa Swami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Next offering from His Holiness Sachinandana Swami.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Please accept my humble obeisances, all glories to you. As the years go by, we can't help but marvel at your... We can't help but marvel at your unwavering quality of always taking shelter at Krishna's lotus feet, which makes you absolutely fearless. Krishna never gives up anyone who takes shelter and serves him. All others die in vain, writes Narottam Das Thakur. Taking shelter is based on the firm conviction that only Krishna and no one else, not the doctors, not modern inventions in medicine, not wealth, nor connections, only Krishna is capable of offering full protection and maintenance. When in June 1967 a stroke brought you down, you gave an enduring example of what it means to take shelter. You requested 3 things from your disciples that would help you. 1. Bring me a painting of Lord Nrsimhadev. 2. Chant the Nrsimhadev prayers and the Maha Mantra for my protection. And 3. Additionally, you ask your servant to recite the prayers of Queen Kunti to you, where Srimati Kunti Devi urgently and famously requested that all the calamities she had to face would happen again because Krishna would unfailingly come to her side during those severe tests. And in this sheltering presence, even the greatest obstacles and misfortunes would miraculously evaporate, like dewdrops on the arrival of the morning sun. These are Queen Kunti's words. I wish that all those calamities would happen again and again so that we could see you again and again. For seeing you means that we will no longer see repeated births and deaths. Srimad Bhagavatam 1:8-25. A few years later, after another health crisis, you expressed your gratitude to Brahmananda for praying for you, saying, whatever the material condition may be, we should just cling to Krishna's lotus feet. Mayapur, October 774. You have consistently exemplified throughout your life the importance of taking shelter at Krishna's lotus feet, which serve as a protective umbrella against the unavoidable showers of difficulties that come to everyone in this world. Krishna's lotus feet are not only protecting, but they simultaneously rain down nectar, healing, nourishing, life-giving nectar. Throughout your life, your supreme shelter never left you, and thus you were never alone. What is this alone? You once wrote to a disciple. A Vaishnava is never alone. When I first came to the United States, I was seemingly alone for 1 year, but I never felt alone. I always felt the presence of my Guru Maharaj. Actually, you should know this, you are never alone. Letter to Trivikrama, December 74. Once in Vrindavan, I was driven by a friend through a narrow, winding lane. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. 3 children were playing with marble in the middle of the road, fearless. My driver laughed and exclaimed, children, they are fearless because they know the parents are nearby watching. Srila Prabhupada, when I think of you, I see sheltered devotee whose protective guardian is always close by and keeping an eye on his dependent servant. On your divine appearance day, I request you for your blessings. I can see that the great wave of life will bring many unexpected changes into this world. Let me learn from you to be fearless by always seeking the shelter of your lotus feet. Thus I can be sure that the Lord will watch over me. And what can go wrong when your eyes and the eyes of the Lord are upon me? Let me end by saying that I am forever grateful to have been accepted by you, and you have blessed me with 3 types of faith that I consider my real shelter. The taste for your service, the profound sadhana you introduced, and the hopeful life you have given me, with the prospect of one day attaining the divine couple, pleasing them and establishing a loving relationship with them. Thank you 1,000,000 times and more for being compassionate and patient with your slow disciple, your humble servant, Sachinandana Swami.
His Holiness Sachinanda Swami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki jai. Next offering will be by His Holiness Krishna Kshetra Swami.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, I take this occasion of again celebrating your blessed appearance in our midst as an opportunity to offer prostrated, heartfelt obeisance to your lotus-like feet. Srila Prabhupada, Of your countless wonderful qualities, one stands out for me in my present reflection on your glories, namely that you always put forward a grand vision of Krishna consciousness for the whole world, a vision full of hope. You always radiate confidence that this vision would become a reality. In this spirit, you anticipated a historiography that would acknowledge the realization of your vision when you wrote in a letter to Jayashri in November 13, 1969, "Our movement is the greatest gift to the human race. That may not immediately appreciate it, but time will come and history will give evidence that this movement saved the human society from being fallen into barbarianism." Thus, you anticipated a radical change in civilizational direction from a steady decline into barbarianism to an barbarism, to an elevation toward widespread engagement in devotional service. In Chaitanya Charitamrita purport, Madhya Lila 25, 121 verse, you further envisioned that everyone has an equal right to execute devotional service. That is the platform of oneness and the basis for a classless society. In referring to equal rights in relation to devotional service as the platform of oneness, that becomes the basis for a classless society. You hinted at the practical enactment of how the Srimad Bhagavatam is meant for bringing about a revolution in the impious life of a misdirected civilization. Srimad Bhagavatam preface. By hearing, reading, reflecting on, and sharing the Srimad Bhagavatam, our minds and hearts can be incrementally transformed. This transformation is inclusive, recognizing all human beings as having equal rights means that everyone should have the opportunity to hear the message of Srimad Bhagavatam. This was always your firm conviction. Reflecting on the notion of revolution as the expected result of engagement with the Bhagavatam, I like to think of reading and sharing it as a subversive act. In a quiet, non-confrontational manner, everyone has the right to participate in the slow and steady erosion of materialistic consumerism, replacing it with humble acts of devotion that nourish the soul, honoring all living beings as sparks of divinity. In a further reflection on your anticipation of history giving evidence that this Krishna consciousness movement is to be credited with turning the tide toward a favorably directed rather than a misdirected civilization. I was inspired this last February to give a presentation at the ISKCON Leaders Sangha in Mayapur titled "History Will Give Evidence." Writing our history to prepare ISKCON's future, after raising questions about the nature process of gathering, achieving, accessing, and presenting of historical evidence, and pointing out some efforts already being done in this direction, I and my co-presenter Lokarama Prabhu urge devotees to develop oral history projects that would document the experiences of individual devotees and groups of devotees. I concluded that short presentation by noting 3 benefits of gathering and writing our history. First, it can help foster a sense of mission continually for Vaishnava communities over multiple generations. Second, it can inspire present and future generations of devotees to enthusiastically preserve and spread the Krishna consciousness movement. And third, it can positively direct our future, enabling your prediction to come true, namely that history will give evidence that this movement saved the human society from being fallen into barbarism. Responses to our presentation were very, very positive. With your kind blessing, Srila Prabhupada, as your follower and humble student, I will continue to be a small instrument to encourage everyone to pursue and persist in the subversive act of hearing, reading, and sharing Srimad Bhagavatam, and to encourage your followers to record the history of how this revolution in the impious life of a misdirected civilization is becoming a reality. Always your servant, Krishna Kshetra Swami.
His Holiness Krishna Kshetra Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Yasa Puja Mahotsava ki jai. Next we will be hearing the offering of His Holiness Chandramani Swami. Harinamurti? Oh, okay.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, Nam Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashta Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyanajana Shalakaya Chakshur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukam karoti vachalam pangum langayet girim yat kripa tam aham vande Shri Gurum dina taranam kaler dosha mide rajan asti ekho mahan guna kirtana deva Krishna sya mukta sangha param jet. My dear King, although Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. Simply by chanting the Hare Krišna Maha Mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom. The chanting of Krishna's holy name, the Maha Mantra, is the bright light that dispels the all-pervading ignorance, darkness, in this age of Kali. Srila Prabhupada, you have taken Krishna's holy name around the globe. After 5,000 years, my mantra upasaka, worshipper of the holy name, will appear in this world and spread the chanting of my holy name everywhere. Lord Krishna to Ganga Devi, Brahma Vaivarta Purana 4:129, 50 to 51st verse. Even if the sinners reject religion or flee to foreign countries, I will send more Senapati Bhakta, my military field commander, to go there and deliver them. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Narada Muni, Sri Chaitanya Mangala, Sutra Kanda, Song 12, text 564 to 65. A personality will soon appear in order to preach the teachings of Sri Chaitanya and move unrestrictedly over the whole world with this message. Srila Bhakti Vinoda Thakura, Sanjana Toshani, Tirtha, 1885. Taking the teachings of Lord Chaitanya and focusing on the essence of bringing the chanting of the Hare Krišna Maha Mantra, a spiritual revolution is continuing to engulf the lives of millions of living entities worldwide. Regarding the holy name of your followers, you taught us that was your most important instruction. Quote, out of all my instructions to my disciples, my most important one is to every day chant 16 rounds of the Hare Krišna Mahamantra on beads. End of quote. We find innumerable Shastric statements on the supreme glories of the holy name. Namayagyo Mahayagya Kala Kalma Shanashanam Krishna Chaitanya Prityarte Namayagya Samarpanam. The sacrifice of the name is the highest yagya, which destroys the contamination of Kali Yuga. In order to please Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I offer this sacrifice of the holy name. There is no vow like chanting the holy name, no knowledge superior to it, no meditation which comes anywhere near it, and it gives the highest result. No penances is equal to it, and nothing is as potent or powerful as the holy name. Chanting is the greatest act of piety and the supreme refuge. Even the words of the Vedas do not possess sufficient power to describe its magnitude. Chanting is the highest path of liberation, peace, and eternal life. It is pinnacle of devotion, the heart's joyous proclivity and attraction, and the best form of remembrance of the Supreme Lord. The holy name has appeared solely for the benefit of the living entities as their Lord and Master, their supreme worshipful object, and their spiritual guide and mentor. Whoever continuously chants Lord Krishna's holy name, even in his sleep, can easily realize that the name is a direct manifestation of Krishna himself, in spite of the influence of Kali Yuga. There is no knowledge as pure as the name. There is no vow as powerful as the name. There is no meditation more effective than the name, nor is there any fruit greater than that attained by the name. There is no greater renunciation than the name. There is no greater peace than the name. In this world, there is no greater pious activity than taking the name, nor is there any quicker progress than in the name. The name is the highest liberation, the highest freedom, the highest destination, the highest peace, the point of no more searching. The name is the highest devotion. The name is the purest inclination of the jiva. The name is the highest love, the direct remembrance of the Lord. The name is the cause of all causes, the Supreme Lord, most worshipable, and is a form of Guru to bring one to the Lord. Spoken by Srila Haridas Thakur, excerpt from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Harinama Chintamani. Srimad Bhagavatam, 3rd canto, 31st chapter, verse number 7 states, Aho bata svapacho to gariyam, yaj jihvagre vantate nama tubiyam. Tepus tapas te yuhuvu sasnur arya, Brahmanuchur nama grinanti yete. Oh, how glorious are they whose tongues are chanting your holy name. Even if born in the families of dog-eaters, such persons are worshipable. Person who chants the holy name of your Lordship must have executed all kinds of austerities and fire sacrifices and achieve all the good manners of the Aryans. To be chanting the holy name of your Lordship, they must have bathed at all holy places of pilgrimage, studied the Vedas, and fulfilled everything required. In the Kali Santarana Upanishad, Lord Brahma says, Hare Krišna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Iti Shoda Shakam Namnam Kali Kalmashanashanam Parataropaya Sarva Vedus Drishyate. After searching through all the Vedic literature, one cannot find a method of religion more sublime for this age than the chanting of Hare Krishna. End of quote. Srila Prabhupada, you have ignited a spiritual revolution of devotion to the Supreme Lord, and these holy names of Radha and Krishna are driving that fire of devotion to all corners of the globe. We are hearing that people everywhere are accepting this great chanting, becoming happy, and are deriving freedom from material suffering. Enechi aushadi maya nashibara lagi, harinama maha mantra lau tumi magi. Srila Prabhupada, you have brought that medicine of Krishna's holy name that is awakening all the sleeping, living entities who are asleep in the lap of ignorance of who they are, and ignorance of who they are, and the actual goal of life. Falling at your lotus feet, begging to develop the strong desire to chant more and more, and to spread this mercy for the benefit of the suffering living entities, your happy servant, Chandramauli Swami.
His Holiness Chandramauli Maharaj.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I wish I were a better and more capable disciple. If so, I could serve you in the way an exalted spiritual master like yourself deserves to be served. I have always wished I were more qualified as a person and as a devotee so that I could do more for you. If I were more intelligent, I would be able to convince the most intelligent people that Krishna consciousness is the real panacea for the world's ills. Plus, I would be able to make intelligent plans for spreading Krishna consciousness, plans that would take Krishna consciousness to new levels. I wish I were more spiritually advanced. If so, I could be a perfect example to others. Thus, I could inspire even those who are not doing well in Krishna consciousness, or who have become alienated from bhakti or ISKCON. If I were more advanced, I could attract people to Krishna consciousness in the same way you did, just by your presence. I wish I had a more subtle brain. If so, I could better understand the nuances and implications of our philosophy and how it can be perfectly understood and applied in every situation. I would also always be able to identify if ever we are going off and exactly how to get back on track. I wish I were more insightful. If so, I would be able to envision exactly how you would want Krishna consciousness spread according to the changing times and culture of the ever-changing world. I could discern exactly how to do this without having to water down our teachings while at the same time not alienating people. I wish I were more cultured. If so, I would be able to impress Krishna consciousness upon the most aristocratic people on the planet. I wish I were a better leader and manager. If so, I could help solve many ISKCON's problems, devise strategies to prevent future problems, and ensure a brighter future for ISKCON. I would also be able to improve and or develop many of the projects that are dear to your heart. I wish I could perfectly follow all your instructions, just as you perfectly followed your Guru Maharaj's orders. If so, I could serve you infinitely more than I have. Actually, Srila Prabhupada, there are so many things I have always wished I were, solely because I wanted to serve you better. I always felt that you deserved better than what I could give you, and that you didn't deserve such an incompetent disciple as myself. You are the best, and you deserve the best. Unfortunately, I failed in so many ways, and I also gave you problems. But for better or for worse, I am what Krishna sent you, and I know you accept and love me as I am. Although I can't offer you all that I would like to because I am lacking in many ways, what I can offer you is the best of what I am. Take me as I am, and I promise to give you the best of what I have to offer, whatever that is. I always pray I can do more for you because you are such an inspiration to me, and you want so badly to spread Krishna consciousness to every nook and corner of this planet, indeed, to every nook and corner of the universe. Therefore, I pray that you empower me so that I can be for you what I always wanted to be, an empowered servant who can perform wonderful activities in your service that far exceed my limited abilities. Your servant, Mahatma Das.
Haribol, His Grace Mahatma Prabhu ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki jai. Next offering will be Radhana Swami. Please, Radhana Swami.
Just first to say what a privilege that Srila Prabhupada allowed us. Because of this auspicious day, we are really in position to serve him and our gurus by reading these wonderful offerings. So here it is. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I bow my head in the sacred dust of your lotus feet. Today, on the holy day of your Vyasa Puja, I pray that I may please you by faithfully following your holy teachings and serving your divine mission. You have mercifully given all your followers the opportunity to receive your intimate blessings by assisting you in your service to your beloved Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, and the exalted Acharyas. Recently, I recorded lecture that you had given. It deeply affected my heart. You said, when a devotee is so advanced that he cannot live without Krishna for a moment, then he can see Krishna everywhere. In these simple words, you shared a principle that is at the heart of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's teachings. Lord Chaitanya prayed, Shunyaita Jagat Sarvam Govinda Virahena Me. In separation from Govinda, the entire universe appears to be a dreary void. Srila Prabhupada, You taught us that a sincere devotee strives to be absorbed in pleasing Krishna in both pleasant and challenging conditions, to be so deeply humble that we realize our complete dependence of Krishna's mercy at every moment. The true value of whatever we do or say in according to how Shri Guru and Krishna are pleased, the sincerity of our devotional service. In this way, according to the quality of one's surrender, Krishna gives us the vision to see him and serve him everywhere in the heart of all beings. Lord Chaitanya taught that even the most fallen soul can realize this high spiritual perfection by sincerely chanting Lord Hari's holy name and living with Vaishnava character. Through the Sankirtan movement, he freely distributed the sweetest revelation of love of Godhead as exhibited by the inhabitants of Vrindavan. While residing in the Gambhira, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed the treasure of his heart, expressing Srimati Radharani's feelings of loving separation from Krishna. By his example, he taught how cultivate union with Krishna through feelings of loving separation from him. Srila Prabhupada, serving Lord Chaitanya's infinite love, is the treasure of your heart. You so mercifully shared this treasure with all of us. In 1965, you departed from your sacred home in Vrindavan to go beg all people of the world to accept this supreme treasure, Krishna Prema Dana, unconditional love for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although in your old age you ventured into strange lands with no mercy or any material security. No money. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yet you prayed only to be an instrument of Krishna's compassion to bring eternal joy to people in every town and village of the world. Srila Prabhupada, with your profound urgency, you pleaded with all of us to very carefully follow the teachings and culture of Krishna consciousness and to spread it according to our capacity. Without authentic Sanatana Dharma, all noble efforts to do good are destined to collapse. Prema Bhakti, pure devotional service, is the Jaiva Dharma, the eternal nature of the soul. Srila Prabhupada, your total absorption in pure bhakti and your compassion for all beings reveals this highest Dharma. In your books, lectures, and interactions, we hear the urgency in your voice as you plead with us to be serious and sincere in our spiritual practice. Your urgent plea is forever relevant, especially in the time in which we are living. The present condition of the world is stricken by brutal wars, devastating earthquakes, and miserable disease, horrific fires, drought of floods, heat waves, and hurricanes. The tragedy of ultimately dead. Thank you. That nations are severely divided into hatred and distrust over ideology, political, social, and economical issues. Terrorism, stockpiles, and nuclear bombs, and man-induced climate change have plunged the world with instability and robbed people's confidence to safely raise their families. Racism, oppressions, cruelty, and slaughters are unleashed due to the ignorance of bodily designation. Arrogance, vengeance, greed, and exploitation, as well as immoral voice and rampantly being accepted as coveted characteristics of a greatness even in the name of religion. Yet even in pleasurable time, when there is an abundance of goodness, kindness, security, comfort, and prosperity, we tend to forget the very purpose of life in a world where suffering is imminent, to reconnect with our true self as loving servants of the Lord. The only suitable solution is genuine spirituality. Srila Prabhupada, you entrusted to us this knowledge and the timeless mercy of the Acharyas. You invested your sincerity followers with a responsibility to raise above our differences and to infuse the society with the culture of Krishna consciousness. It is above sectarian beliefs and is inclusive with all errant seekers of God's love. Yet the path of bhakti, as taught by Lord Chaitanya and Lord Nityananda, leads us into the sweetest, the most ecstatic pastimes of the Lord, where the all-powerful absolute truth, the origin of all existence and the reservoir of all love, reciprocates with his devotees' devotion by becoming their intimate friends, children, or lover. Srila Prabhupada, this is your gift. We pray for your mercy that we not be depressed, distracted, or indifferent to the heartbreaks of the world. We pray to be ever grateful for the transcendental gift you have entrusted to us. You taught us that where there is a great need, there is a great opportunity to serve. I beg forgiveness for my shortcomings in serving you. I am fallen, unworthy, and unqualified, yet you continue to extend your mercy. The most precious gift in my life is known that you have saved me and that you have given me and all of your followers the full mercy of Lord Chaitanya. I pray to ever be absorbed in expressing my gratitude to you by faithfully serving your loving servants. Radhanath Swami.
Haribo, His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj ki jai. Shurupad Vyasabhuja Mahojava ki jai. Next we'll be hearing the offering of His Holiness Indrajana Swami.
My dear Spiritual Master, Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances in the dust of your divine lotus feet. Once again, on this sacred day of your Vyasa Puja, I come before you not only to offer words of praise, but to pause, reflect, and rededicate my heart to your sacred mission. Each year, this day reminds me that my life's purpose is bound entirely to you. You are the reason I stand where I stand now, speak what I speak, and live as I live. I often picture you alone on the Jaladuta, frail in body, but carried by a will greater than the ocean itself. On that ship, you crossed not only waters, but worlds, bringing the treasure of bhakti into a place that neither expected nor asked for it, yet was starving for it. You came with nothing but your books, your beads, and the instructions of your Guru Maharaj burning in your heart, and you changed the course of history. It was you, Srila Prabhupada, who found me in the darkness of material life. You called my name, lifted me from ignorance, and placed me on the path of devotional service. Whatever little service I have rendered since that day is simply my attempt to show you my gratitude. For 54 years I have tried in my own small way to carry your message out into the world. From major cities to remote villages, deserts to jungles, mountains to seashores, I have tried to speak your words, share your books, and glorify your mission. Wherever I go, I feel you beside me. I speak, but it is your voice. I move, but it is you who carries me. You once said, when asked about miracles, my miracle is that I have made these Western boys and girls devotees of Krishna. That miracle continues to this very day. I witness it with awe. The spark of devotion ignited in unexpected places, the eyes of strangers lighting up when they hear your message, and hearts once burdened by material life suddenly lifted by your words. This year, I saw your magic unfold in a myriad of ways. At the Sadhu Sangha retreat in North America, thousands of devotees danced and chanted with one heart, one voice, along with many newcomers encountering your mercy for the first time. At our Kirtan festival in Rishikesh, at the foot of the Himalayas, the holy names echoed off the mountain slopes and danced upon the waters of Mother Ganga. Wandering sadhus, yogis, seekers, and curious travelers paused to listen. They had all come to Rishikesh searching for something divine, and they found it in the holy names, in devotee association, and in the love you left behind. Similarly, in Poland, for the 35th year in a row, we sang, we danced, we performed, and we warmly welcomed guests into the uplifting world of Krishna consciousness through our lively festivals. The people often thanked us with heartfelt words, but in reality, Srila Prabhupada, it is you to whom their gratitude truly belongs. Srila Prabhupada, the years are passing quickly now. The body I once relied on for endless travel and service no longer responds with its former strength. But growing older has deepened my sense of urgency. Every remaining moment is a treasure not to be wasted. Whatever strength is left in me must be spent entirely for you. I do not fear impending death, Srila Prabhupada. What I fear is that I have not done enough, that I could have loved you more deeply, spoken more boldly, served more selflessly. I carry these thoughts with me, and they make me strive harder to be the servant you deserve. When my time comes to leave this world, I wish to do so with your name on my lips, your form in my heart, and your eternal service as my only aspiration. You alone are everything to me. My beloved spiritual master, can you see me? Can you hear me? From the core of my heart, I call out to you. Please cast your merciful glance upon this unworthy servant. I am waiting here with great expectation for whatever service you will entrust to me next. Be it in heaven or in hell, it matters not. Wherever your order sends me, that place will become my Vaikuntha, just as it has been in this lifetime. My only desire is to be part of your eternal entourage forever. Your words during the darshan in Mayapur on February 16, 1977 give me hope. All of you, you were simply born because the mission was to be started. Just like in Yaduvamsha, Krishna ordered all the devotee demigods to go and take birth there to help me. Similarly, you also. You were born in Europe, America, to help me. Your ever grateful servant, Indrajumna Swami.
Haribol, His Holiness Indrajumna Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsav ki jai. We have still few offerings to read, 3 at least. First we read the offering of His Holiness Niranjana Swami.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my prostrated obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. The time for your Vyasa Puja is quickly approaching, and we eagerly await the sacred day when a disciple is given a unique opportunity to offer homage to his spiritual master on the day of his appearance. It's a time to express gratitude to you and to take inventory of my heart based on the ever-fresh realization I should have experienced it while serving you instruction in deep separation from your physical presence. I must sadly admit, Srila Prabhupada, that I have not had any new realizations this year. Instead, I have been consumed by the pain of separation, not only from you, but also from your service. This year, I have nothing to offer you except my paltry attempts to restore my health. I could say I offer you my heart, but I should provide you with a clean heart, not a heart still contaminated with unwanted desires. It's been over 50 years since you offered me your service and the holy name, replete with all the cleansing potency required to obtain a clean heart. My heart should be a clean altar for you to sit on by this time. Regrettably, it is not. The simple fact is that I have nothing to offer except a strong desire to please you someday. To say that I am grateful for this desire would be inadequate. It's what keeps me alive. It's gives me hope and purpose for living. On this most auspicious day of your divine appearance, Srila Prabhupada, I beg you to please find in me the sincerity to say that I am your servant eternally. Niranjana Swami.
Haribol, His Holiness Niranjana Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki jai. Next offering is from His Holiness Lokana Swami. Neka drugi preverne. Neka može neka drugi prevesti ako te. Izvoli. Hvala. Si ti jedina, ne?
My dearest and beloved Srila Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at your divine lotus feet. All glories to your divine grace. On this auspicious and momentous occasion of your 129th Vyasa Puja, as I bow before your exalted presence, I am filled with profound gratitude, awe, and reverence for the immeasurable mercy you have bestowed upon this world. You, the divine Senapati Bhakta of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, descended into this material world to fulfill his divine mission, to awaken the souls of the world to their eternal, loving relationship with Sri Sri Radha Krishna. As I reflect upon the countless blessings of this past year, I am filled with immense joy and eagerness to share with you, Srila Prabhupada, the inspiring progress that we have achieved in your mission, especially in India. The 2024 December Book Marathon was historic, both in India and worldwide. Especially in India, it has reached a new global benchmark and can be considered an unparalleled achievement in the history of ISKCON. Together, we, your devoted followers of ISKCON in India, distributed a staggering 6,676,509 books, Setting a new global standard is sharing the transcendental knowledge you so mercifully gave us. Srila Prabhupada, from the very inception of ISKCON, book distribution has been at the core of your mission. This monumental accomplishment is a direct offering of love and devotion to you. The credit and inspiration for this year's book distribution goes largely to His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, a lifetime trustee of the International BBT. Maharaj was a steadfast pillar of support and guidance, and a tireless distributor of your books. It is a fulfillment of your instruction. Quote, "The success of your preaching will be substantiated by how many books are sold. If we just depend on temple collections, that will not be very satisfactory. We should make our program so strong that book selling alone will maintain our economic situation." End quote. Letter to Rameshwara, Los Angeles, December 9th, 1974. I vividly recall the December 10th, 2018 disciple retreat at Hare Krišna Goshal in Durban, South Africa. There, amidst a gathering of dedicated devotees, we brainstormed new ways to enhance our collective chanting and increase the reach of the holy name in different ways. It was in that moment that the idea of a virtual conference platform for global chanting emerged, which ultimately led to the creation of the Zoom Temple. What began as a simple idea with 10 devotees blossomed into a revolutionary initiative, quickly uniting more than 2,000 devotees daily from around the world. 6 years later, in July 2024, the World Book of Records, London, officially recognized our Zoom Temple for its unprecedented contribution to spiritual outreach. The Zoom Temple now connects over 2,000 login locations globally, reaching more than 5,000 devotees and inspiring one of the most innovative and far-reaching initiatives in online spiritual engagement, chanting together and concluding with a japa talk. When you were with us, ISKCON had under 10 temples in India, and your vision of a thriving Krishna consciousness movement in the land of Bharata, India, was still unfolding. Today, Srila Prabhupada, that vision has been realized in the most magnificent manner. ISKCON India has expanded to over 300 ISKCON centers, including outposts, extension centers, preaching centers, and full-fledged temples. The growth is staggering. Srila Prabhupada, I remember a striking conversation we had back in 1973 at Mr. Mahadevia's home. You asked me how many visitors attended our evening arati and kirtan at the Hare Krišna land in Juhu. I humbly answered, quote, 50 to 60 visitors, Prabhupada, end quote. You exclaimed with great satisfaction, quote, oh, so many, end quote. Srila Prabhupada, I knew how concerned you were when you observed that the Indian population was slow to embrace Krishna consciousness in those early years. At one point you said to me, quote, we need more men like you, end quote. And now full-time brahmacharis are filling ISKCON ashrams, and countless congregational devotees are daily visiting temples in India. The participation of the youth and congregational members has surpassed all expectations. Thousands of young men and women are embracing Krishna consciousness with fervor, dedicating themselves to chanting, studying your books, distributing literature, serving in temples, and joining Padayatra, especially the one-day Padayatras. ISKCON's youth groups, Bhakti Vriksha programs, and Nam Hata initiatives are flourishing, with millions participating in congregational activities all over India. I feel a deep sense of reassurance that the Lord is fulfilling your wish and sending sincere souls who are eager to serve in your mission. This exponential growth is proof to the causeless mercy of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and the power of your divine mission. Param Vijayate Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. India has awoken, Srila Prabhupada. Your Krishna consciousness movement has taken deep root in its homeland. and the wave of devotion continues to rise, unstoppable and ever expanding. Goodwill continues to grow, and our relationship with the government has reached new heights, evident from Prime Minister Narendra Modi's participation in the recent inauguration of the Navi Mumbai temple. As I reflect on the most recently concluded Mayapur festival, a moment of great significance comes to mind. During the flag hoisting ceremony, I was reminded of your words in New York when, as you were passing by the United Nations, you asked, quote, if the United Nations truly stands for unity, why are there so many separate flags? End quote. But in Mayapur, the transcendental headquarters of your movement, we witnessed true unity. Devotees from over 50 nations stood together under one spiritual flag, united not by artificial borders, but by this shared mission of love and devotion to Lord Krishna. Srila Prabhupada, your words resonate so powerfully. Quote, we are creating the real United Nations on the basis of spiritual understanding. End quote. In Mayapur, that vision is being realized. We raise the flag of Lord Chaitanya's mercy, the flag of his Sankirtan movement. That flag, soaring high, has become the symbol of your vision. Devotees from 50 nations celebrated the festival together, chanted and danced together in ecstatic joy, walked side by side on the Navadip Mandal Parikrama. We honor prasadam together, sharing love, laughter, and spiritual camaraderie like a true united family. In the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one world, one family, we stood together as servants of the Lord, bound by the eternal bonds of bhakti. This year, on April 6th, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Krishna Balaram temple. It is not just a milestone, Srila Prabhupada, but also a testament to the unbeatable strength and endurance of your divine mission. In the sacred land of Vrindavan, you inaugurated a magnificent temple. For half a century, this temple has been a lighthouse of Krishna consciousness. This temple is your heart. On that auspicious day of Ramanavami, you personally offered the very first arati to Krishna Balaram, inaugurating their glorious temple. The temple was overflowing with devotees. I found myself standing right at the altar's edge, witnessing this historic moment, meditating on Krishna Balaram and your divine grace. I distinctly remember the divine smile on your face as you offered arati. It was an expression of pure devotion, fulfillment, and boundless joy. That moment remains etched in my memory forever. It is this memory that reminds me of December 6th, 1975, in the very same Krishna Balaram courtyard that you awarded Sridhar Swami, Prituputra Swami, and myself, Sannyas, instructing us to become traveling preachers. This year is also my 50th sannyas anniversary. You emphasize the importance of spreading Krishna consciousness far and wide, reminding us of the parampara tradition of great traveling preachers. Quote, a sannyasi's duty is to travel and preach Krishna consciousness. He should never remain stagnant, but must move from place to place, distributing the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. End quote. Little did I know that this instruction would lead me to many years of traveling by bullock cart, padayatra, bringing Lord Chaitanya's movement to every town and village. 1 year after receiving sannyas in the autumn of 1976, again in Vrindavan, you inaugurated our first padayatra bullock cart traveling party, which would cover the pioneer route from Vrindavan to Mayapur. You instructed, quote, the basic principle is this: induce them to chant and take prasad. You'll be successful. Yes, go village to village. It is a very noble attempt. End quote. You further instructed me in a letter dated December 23, 1976. Quote, prasada distribution and chanting and book distribution is sufficient for your program. End quote. Last year on Radhashtami in Jagannath Puri, we joyfully celebrated 40 40 glorious years of the All India Padayatra, the mother of all Padayatras, which commenced in 1984. Traversing the length and breadth of India nearly 6 times, it has brought Krishna consciousness to countless villages, towns and cities. The All India Padayatra and Padayatras in 100 countries, including the one-day Padayatras and so many other occasional walking festivals, put together, we have covered an astonishing 300,000 plus kilometers, the equivalent of circling the earth close to 8 times. You said, quote, Kumbh Mela is the largest spiritual gathering in the world, and we must be there to preach Krishna consciousness. This is the duty of ISKCON devotees, to bring the message of Lord Chaitanya to the seekers who come searching for spiritual truth, end quote. ISKCON has a steady presence at every Kumbh Mela, distributing prasadam, books, and the holy names. Initially, we were not recognized. We had no official place and no standing. Despite these challenges, your disciples endured the harsh conditions to distribute your books and spread the holy names among the millions of pilgrims attending this momentous gathering. However, everything has changed. Your ISKCON has been formally recognized and honored with a prestigious position within the Kumbh Mela setup. ISKCON has now been officially acknowledged as a legitimate and respected spiritual organization within the vast network of traditional akhadas and religious groups. Srila Prabhupada, on February 10th, 2025, during the Mahakumbh Mela in Prayagraj, the Akhila Bharatiya Akhara Parishad bestowed the prestigious Vishwaguru title on your divine grace, marking the first and only time this recognition has been bestowed upon anyone in history. That's referring to India Currents, February 18, 2025. ISKCON is now inseparable from the great spiritual traditions of India. They are embracing ISKCON and honoring your legacy. This is the ultimate victory, a truly glorious moment, Srila Prabhupada. Close to ISKCON Pandharpur, we have established a Prabhupada Ghat on the banks of the Chandrabhaga River. It has become a major attraction, drawing hundreds of thousands of pilgrims. It stands as a spiritual landmark in Pandharpur Dham, glorifying your divine grace. The new Bhuvaikuntha temple project is progressing steadily, guided by your vision, instruction, and desire. In your letter to me, dated July 30th, 1977, you wrote, quote, "The whole of India, and specifically your Maharashtra, are enthused with Krishna. Now you have to revive their Krishna consciousness. This is Tukaram's country, but now they are becoming bad politicians. So revive them by the process of the Sankirtan movement. I am very glad that you are preaching village to village and will cover all of Maharashtra. You should train one farmer from your native village so that he can actually become an ISKCON representative there. I am especially pleased to see how you are pushing forward the book distribution. Now you are also doing this all over India. Organize very solidly and thus increase the number of books distributed, the number of devotees made, and develop centers of Krishna consciousness everywhere." End quote. Inspired by this instruction, we continue to revive Krishna consciousness through the process of devotional service. The Bhuvaikuntha project, conceived under this vision, is making remarkable progress. With construction advancing steadily, it stands at a significant step in fulfilling this mission, providing a sacred space where people can awaken their devotion. Alongside all this progress, there is also one observation of concern. As I reflect on the eternal glory of your ISKCON and your instructions about unity, we must remain vigilant against eternal discord, infighting, groupism, politicking. I remember a particularly distressing incident from the early days at Hare Krišna land, when a devotee in a moment of intense agitation pursued the temple president with a tree branch, determined to strike him. The scene was deeply unsettling, and I found myself overwhelmed with sorrow as I sat before your Vyasa-san. With tears in my eyes, I was mentally appealing to you. Where have you brought me? Is this the Vaikuntha world? This was the last thing I was expecting to happen in your spiritual movement. So now I lovingly appeal that differences be amicably resolved to keep your institution together. We must remember your instructions more than ever and address disputes with humility and love, remembering your call for unity in diversity. You wrote to Kirtanananda on October 18, 1973, quote, The materialist, without being able to adjust the varieties and the disagreements, makes everything zero. They cannot come into agreement with varieties, but if we keep Krishna in the center, then there will be agreement in varieties. This is called unity in diversity. My God brothers and God sisters are leaving us behind to join your divine grace and Gauranga. It is your gain and our loss. I miss them all deeply. I especially wish to remember Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, your right-hand man, who recently departed. His departure weighs on my mind. I was fortunate to be with him during his final moments. His dedication to you and his guidance were a constant source of inspiration and support for me. This year would also have marked 50 years of us serving shoulder to shoulder in your mission. Now, I once again turn to you, Srila Prabhupada, and to the memory of His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, seeking your divine strength and blessings. May I continue my service to you with the same resolute dedication that he so tirelessly exemplified throughout his life. Whatever I have done and continue to do is simply a manifestation of your will. I again offer everything, my body, mind, and soul at your divine lotus feet on this most sacred day of your appearance. May I continue to serve you with sincerity and dedication. May I carry forward your mission with the same relentless spirit of perseverance and devotion that you instill in us all. The legacy you bestow upon us is not just for today, but for countless generations to come. You are my eternal master, Srila Prabhupada, and I will always remain your eternal servant, your insignificant servant, Lokanath Swami.
Haribol, His Holiness Lokanath Swami Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada Rasputin Mahotsava ki jai. We will read just one offering, the last offering, because the Bog offering is going on. So, the offering by His Holiness Jai Bhataka Swami. And then we also, a few devotees from Slovenia also wrote the offerings, but we have not time to read it now. So maybe after you can read to Prabhupada these offerings from local devotees, 7 of them. Okay?
My dear spiritual father, please accept my obeisances. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Srila Prabhupada, you have given me many orders, will some of them have been completed. I am trying to carry out the remaining ones. This Vyasa Puja homage is like my annual report to your divine grace. Without your mercy, I cannot do anything. I am severely physically handicapped, but I am still trying to do best I can with the help of many of my disciples and others. Srila Prabhupada, you had a profound desire to honor Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur by developing his birthplace in Birnagar into a significant center for spiritual education and pilgrimage. You also instructed me to do something for Bhaktivinoda Thakur's birthplace. Your vision for this project included display of his life history, his writings, an educational center, parks, gardens, guest houses, and an ashram. You visited his birthplace two 2 or 3 times, and I accompanied you when you requested the brother of your spiritual master, Srila Lalita Prasad Thakur, to grant permission for us to render this service. Unfortunately, he passed away without granting permission. Once you told him, "Here is an important place to be developed for Krishna. You cannot do it," and then, when someone can do it, you won't allow him. Isn't that sinful? You also told us that it was not an offense because you put it as a question. Even after 52 years, the current Bhaktivinoda Goshti, managing committee of the Birnagar Dvadashi temple, is not giving permission. They say we can develop the place and perform puja, but they won't give us anything in writing. So to move forward with your instructions, we thought we needed a center. For that reason, we acquired land that was owned by Bhaktivinoda Thakur's maternal grandfather, located just 300 meters from the current temple, to develop a magnificent temple broadcasting Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's life and other facilities, as envisioned by our divine grace. The cornerstone was installed on April 13, 2025. Simultaneously, our Birnagar committee will continue efforts for negotiate with the present management of the Birnagar Dvadashi temple to secure the right of worship of the existing birthplace temple. ISKCON also acquired the birthplace of Advaita Acharya, Gadadhar Pandit and Srivas Thakur in Bangladesh. Your Divine Grace has predicted that there would be 50,000 devotees in Mayapur, half of whom would be residents and the other half guests. We now have around 7,500 residents, so we still have a long way to go to satisfy your vision. There were not so many people coming to Mayapur when you were here. At present, however, there are at least 13,000 visitors on regular days. On Gaura Purnim day we had 231,000 visitors, and through the entire Gaura Purnim festival, from the flag raising ceremony to the flag lowering ceremony, we have a total of 15 lakhs of visitors. So your predictions that Mayapur would grow is now happening. We are assisted by other co-directors Hridaya Chaitanya Das, Raja Vilas Das, Subhikshana Das and Daya Ramadas. By your mercy, from the West Bengal government, which is now run by TMC and Srimad Mamata Banerjee, we received a vote from the cabinet allowing us a land ceiling of 750 acres. It was your desire to have a bigger land ceiling, and you were trying for it. Now, through the hard work of Daya Ramadas and Akshaya Ramachandra Das, this has been done. The temple of Vedic Planetarium, though, is nearing completion. Yeah, sorry. We are planning to finish it by 2027, as per your instructions. I am overseeing the exhibition of TOVP, which at present is called the Science Museum of the Vedic Planetarium. We want to show that the Vedas are good science, but to ensure that our presentation is scientific and is accepted by scientists, we are working with the Bhaktivedanta Institute. His Grace Ambarish Prabhu and Her Grace Swaha Devi have contributed significantly, and now Raja Vilas Das is going around the world visiting different places to get donations to fulfill your desire. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada desired to install the lotus footprints of Lord Chaitanya at the places of Lord visited. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to install the sorry.
The Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada established.
Yeah, thank you. Prabhupada established 8 or so, but he wanted to have 108. So on your behalf we are trying to install the lotus footprints of Lord Chaitanya in the places he visited. So far we have installed 59 Pada Pithas and we are in the process of reaching more than 108. Last year, with the help of the late His Holiness Gopal Krishna Goswami, His Holiness Giriraj Swami, His Holiness Radhanath Swami, and the assistance of 10 other sannyasis, along with senior devotees, we installed lotus footprints in the location near Mumbai and in 24 places in Vraj, where Lord Chaitanya visited. This year, we installed 24 lotus footprints in different parts of South India, assisted by safari devotees. My disciple Balaram Govinda Das has made major contributions for the lotus footprints and the small temples where they will be installed. During the last Shantipur festival, we installed the lotus footprints of Lord Chaitanya, Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Acharya Prabhu at Shantipur. Srila Prabhupada, under the Bhaktivedanta Swami Charity Trust, one of my disciples, Ramanipati Das, has been appointed as a new trustee. He is working on multiple projects for the repair renovation of Shripad's holy places associated with great devotees. In various places around Gaudamandala Bhumi, he has gotten many temples, congregations and individuals to sponsor Shripads. Previously, we were working on your 10 lakhs fixed deposit, and every year we got the interest. With that, we have tried to develop many places, but we are not successful. Therefore, Ramanipati Das got sponsored for different Shripads, and since then we have made great progress. We successfully registered a trust called Sarvata Gaudiya Vaishnava Association. Most of the Gaudiya Mats have joined this institution, and we celebrated together the appearance day of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada and Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur. We are also aiming to collectively honor their disappearance days. After we do our own celebration in the morning, we gather at one math or another to celebrate this particular event. In this way, we are trying to unify the disciples and followers of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada as per your wish. I am encouraging devotees to read your books and take different Shastrics courses as you desire. You said, I will never die, I will live forever in my books, and you can take advantage. People do not read your books, and you instructed that people who want a second initiation should have Bhakti Shastri. I have implemented this requirement so that everybody reads your books. I was honored to receive my Bhakti Shastri degree personally from your hand, and I have since completed Bhakti Vaibhava and Bhakti Vedanta. I want to be a good example for all the devotees so they will study your books. Now I'm taking my Bhakti Sarvabhauma. Every night before going to bed, I read your books. I have completed the reading of Srimad Bhagavatam and Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita many times, but every time I read, I get new realizations and I feel very blissful. Your Divine Grace gave me the instructions to distribute 10,000 big books and 100,000 small books every month. I'm trying to fulfill this instruction of yours with the help of my disciples. I have set up a virtual book table through which I distributed books all over the world. ISKCON Sri Mayapur presented me with an award as a top distributor. Additionally, the Mayapur Sankirtan department and Mayapur internal divisions received the top positions in the world this year in book distribution. Also, I'm writing a few books, including my memories of your Divine Grace, entitled Better to be in Krishna's Army, which will be printed by the Indian BBT. Additionally, I completed the Krishna Chaitanya book, which is like the Krishna book and combines not only Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, but also Sri Chaitanya Bhagavata, Sri Chaitanya Mangala, and 8 other books by different associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The book is presented in chronological order, and the editors are now working on it. While in Mayapur, I regularly give classes on Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Sri Chaitanya Shikshamrita nearly every day. His Grace Janmashtami Das has started organizing Srila Prabhupada Connect Day in Mayapur to help devotees develop deep loving relationship with your Divine Grace and establish in their hearts as their foundational Shiksha Guru through a series of lectures given by your disciples and senior devotees. The program is conducted in English and Bengali, with simultaneously transitions in other languages, and is also broadcast live on Mayapur TV and enabling devotees worldwide to attend. In an April 6, 1975 lecture given in Mayapur, Your Divine Grace said, "Well, we want to spread Krishna consciousness. Simply prepare yourself how to repeat Krishna's instructions very nicely without any malinterpretation then in the future. Suppose you have good now 10,000, we shall expand to 100,000, this is required. Then 100,000 to 1 million and 1 million to 10 million. So there will be no scarcity of acharya, and people will understand Krishna consciousness very easily. Now about 100 of your disciples and around 50 of your grand disciples have become Diksha Gurus. Clearly your vision extends far beyond this. At the moment we are failing to fulfill your desire, as we are only having less than 200 Gurus. Devotees need to have a paradigm shift to align with your vision. I am not able to travel as much as before, so when I cannot physically visit my zones, I connect online, and despite my health limitations, I attend almost all the meetings as part of my managerial responsibilities, including GBC meetings, GBC Exclusive Property Oversight Committee, Organizational Development Committee, Mayapur Exclusive Board, Executive, thank you. Mayapur Co-Directors, Mayapur Master Plan, Indian Bure, ISKCON Bharat Advisory Council, East India Divisional Council, South India Divisional Council, Science Museum of Vedic Planetarium, Executive Committee, Latin American Regional Governing Body, Bhaktivedanta Swami Charity Trust, Saraswata Gaudiya Vaishnava Association, Mayapur Vrindavan Trust, Usharani Trust, World Hindu Federation, and my zone-related meetings. Srila Prabhupada, I would like to inform you that the World Hindu Federation reorganized my efforts to serve. Recognize my efforts to serve Sanatana Dharma by offering me the Hindu Ratna Award on January 3rd, 2025 in New Delhi. I have also been conferred the opportunities to serve in the capacity of one of its vice presidents. Despite my health challenges, I am trying to maintain my daily sadhana. In 2024, I chanted 9,127 rounds and read your Divine Grace's books for a total of 115 hours and 25 minutes. Additionally, during festivals, I listen to classes delivered by your disciples and other devotees. I will continue to improve my sadhana this year. Since your Vyasa Puja last year and earlier, from March 2024, I have been continuing with dialysis 3 days a week. In the dialysis room, I have a TV screen, so I attend some meetings while undergoing dialysis. I feel very grateful that I'm still able to do some service. I have requested my disciples to help me in carrying out your orders. Panchatattva Radha Madhava, Mayapur Chandra, Radha Madhavas Astasakis, and Bhakta Prahlad Narasimhadev are in my constant re-embrace. I'm thinking how it would be nice if I could fulfill all your instructions. I realized that you picked me up from the grasp of Maya, and then I was not practicing any parts of Vedic culture before you delivered me. Now I'm trying to recognize how I simply depend on your mercy. Your servant Jai Pataka Swami.
Thank you very much. For conclusion, we just ask Maharani Mataji to read one poem and a list of devotees who are offering homage for Srila Prabhupada. Just a few minutes, and then we'll continue with Guru Puja and Pushpanjali.
Imamo še nekaj pisem, ki smo jih prijeli po mailu za Šrilo Prabhupada, za Ljubljano. Smo jih zbrali v zbirko in bi jih ponudili Šrila Prabhupadu. Tako da, dragi Šrila Prabhupad, dragi Šrila Prabhupad, ponujamo ti daritev od Bhakte Dimitrija, daritev od Prema Gopidasi, daritev od Udava Mitradas, daritev od Vrishabhadas, daritev od Tapani Devidasi in daritev od Maharani Devidasi. Prebrala bi pa pesem od Tapani Devidasi, ki jo je napisala Šrila Prabhupadu pred 30 leti, ko je živela še v templju. Naš dragi Šrila Prabhupad, danes je tvoj rojstni dan. Sočutje tvoje je brezmejno, naj vsak do tebi bo vdan. Le kdo razumel bi tvoje slave, ki širijo se vse tri svetove in prebijajo ovoje materialnega sveta. O, Prabhupad, nesrečen je tisti, ki te ne pozna. Naš dragi Šrila Prabhupad, hvala ti za knjige tvoje, ki rešile so življenje moje in življenja tisočerih duš, ki tavale so v temi maje. Ti v srcu nosiš čudovit zaklad in tvoje roke so velike, da objameš Božje vse otroke, ki jih rešil slabih si navad. Naš dragi Šrila Prabhupad, ti si naš učitelj in prijatelj dragi, senapati general. Gospod Čajtanja je s teboj, ko greš odločno proti Maji v boj. Razširil po svetu si Krišnovo ime, ki v dobi Kali edino zdravilo je. Hodil si po bednih, brezupnih mestih in upanje sejal v srca nesrečnih. Naš dragi Šrila Prabhupad, duhovno znanje si položil v naša srca in odprl nam oči nevedne. Položil roke si na naše glave in zasul nas z blagoslovi zmage. Naša srca so tvoj dom in naša telesa so orodja, da ti pomagamo v poslanstvu tvojem, ki je slavni Sankirtan. Naš dragi Šrila Prabhupad, kako naj ti se oddolžimo za vse, kar storil si za nas? Le tako, da sveto ime popeljemo vsako mesto, vsako vas. V svetih spisih potrjeno je, da Vajšnavačarja, kot si ti, nikoli ne umre. Živi on večno v svoji slavi in besedah, ki jih za naše dobro izrekel je. Naš dragi Šrila Prabhupad, še posebej na današnji dan bi iskreno se ti zahvalili in v srcih naših molili Krišni, da lahko bi vdano ti služili. Šrila Prabhupad, radi te imamo, zato zapojmo vsi v en glas, Jai Jai Prabhupad, da ves svet izvedel bo, kdo je odrešitelj naš. Tapani Devidasi.
Haribo! Šrila Prabhupad, Vyasa Puja Mahotsava ki Jai. Torej, nadaljevali bomo z Guru Pujo Šrila Prabhupadu, potem pa sledi še Pušpanjali, tako da se kar...
Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Srila Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo 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 Prabhupada. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma. Bando Mui Savadana Mate. Bando Mui Savadana Mate. Jahara Prasade Bai E Baba Toriaya. Jahara Prasade Bai E Baba Toriaya. Krishna Prakti Hoya Hoite. Krishna Prakti Hoya Hoite. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya. Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitete Koriya Kya. Arna Koriho Mane Asha. Arna Koriho Mane Asha.
Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati.
Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati.
Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Ye prasade pure sarva asha. Chakudana dilo ye janme janme Prabhu se.
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 Divya gyan hride prokashito.
Divya gyan hride prokashito.
Divya gyan hride prokashito. Prema bhakti aha hoite avidya vinashayate. Prema bhakti aha hoite avidya vinashayate. Vedegaya haracharita. Vedegaya haracharita. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Lokanath Lokera Jivana. Ha ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Padachaya. Ha ha Prabhu Koro Doya Deho More Padachaya. Ebe Ash Gushuk Tribhuvana. Ebe Ash Gushuk Tribhuvana. Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jayo Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai. Śrīla Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahavotsa ki jai. Śrīla Prabhupada Abhibhav Mahavotsa ki jai. Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Nadaljevali bomo s Pušpanjali. To je daritev od svete Šrila Prabhupada kot znak naše predaje. Vodo bo njegova svetost Pladana s vami.
So we'll take a handful of flowers and we're going to divide it into three. And then we come close to Prabhupada, so we don't throw flowers on everyone, only on Prabhupada. And I'll go through the Mangalacharana prayers, which we'll say together. I'll just repeat some of the words, and then you repeat it. We get through, then we go through Prabhupada's pranam mantras, and then when I say Pushpanjali, we throw the flowers at his lotus feet, not at his lotus head or any place else, and not on the devotee next to you or in front of you. So that's why we're going to come as close as possible. As I usually say, you don't have to be afraid because Prabhupada's a vegetarian, he won't bite you. everyone come as close as possible. Even if you have to, you can even move some of the flowers out of the way. So come closer. We're supposed to come as close to Prabhupada as possible. That's our philosophy. Oh, I can't even see what is this. No, it's in a different language. Oh, I see, it's on this page. Om Agyanatimanandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chaksura Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamaya Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yudha Parakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raganatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Visakans Vitamscha Hey Krishna Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Askatya Desatarane Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namane Shri Varshavani Videvi Dayitaya Kripabdaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prave Namaha Madhuryo Jvala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaurana Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Mortaye Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddha Apasidanta Dvanta Harine Namo Gora Krisharaya Sakshat Vairagi Mortiye Vipralambara Sambodhe Padambu Jayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Virodaya Satchitananda Namane Gora Shakti Vigraha Srupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gora Baba Bhumes Tvam Nirdesha Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakapa Drubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Namo Mahabharanaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namane Gauratvishye Namaha Panchatattvamakam Krishnam Bhakta-rupa Srupakam Bhakta-avatara Bhakti-akyam Namami Bhakti Shaktikam Jayatam Surato Pangur Mama Mandamatirgati Vatsarvaswapadam Bojo Radha Madana Mohano Divya Vrindarya Divya Vrindarya Kalpadrumada Srimad Ratnagarash Singhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Praistalibi Sevyamano Smarami Srimad Rasa Rasarambi Vangsivata Tatasitaha Karshan Venus Tanira Gopir Gopinatha Shri Sunaha Hey Krishna Karnasindo Dinabando Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namosute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishubhanu Sudadevi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasudeva Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Saraswati Tinamane Shri Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarne Pushpanjali His Divine Grace Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. If you can pay obeisances, but not on top of another devotee. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarne Pushpanjali ISKCON Sandracharyas Divine Grace Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tene Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyade Satarne His Divine Grace Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
adesso eno Jaz nekaj mizico nazaj za tvoje mikrofone. Prav, da dobiš mizico nazaj za mikrofone. Ne, ti zdi nazaj, zdaj, ko malo rač. Če se tam, če se vedno. Okay. Čakaj, danes ni več predavanja, ne? V programu. Kaj pa je? Sam abi? Ok, to je še boljš. Dobre, ne? Ja, valerabno.
Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna. Dosti. Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna. Ups, kako je to? Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna, Krišna Krišna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare, kaj za piskare, ne? Kam svoji? Se ne figa, je spodaj. Zakaj ne?
Ne drsi.
Kaj ne drsi?
Eni bodo tako močno igrajo.
Ja, potem drsi, ali pa potem drsi, isto. Tukaj moraš zablokirati s temi mikrofoni. Vse to. Hare Krišna. Ne. Čim manj. Pa še narobe noter. Ne, bi dal narobe noter. Kaj? Ne, nič mi niso strašili, jaz težko zvočam. Če se ta začne drti, moram tudi njega dvigati. Pa Krišna čete s vami tu. Ampak veš zakaj? Zato kako hoče, da se dere. Pa ki pri njemu je to zmeri, cel kup ljudi ponavad, ne. Razumem? Če je veliko ljudi, pa je v redu, pa če se začne to učtemle, razumeš, je v redu to. Ampak če pa ti normalno špilaš, pa ne rabiš nič, ne, pa je pa prije tako, da zaradi tega, ker harmonij toliko na glas, moram jaz njen vokal dvigati, pa ni tisto, njen vokal ni v redu, razumeš, tudi ga težko slišim, ker reže, tale harmonij reže, razumeš, in ga težko slišim. Plus tega pade noter, harmonij pade noter v ta vokal.
Ja, še to meša, še to zmedjali.
In je katastrofa. Mislim, še enkrat težje zadelati. Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna, Krišna Krišna, Hare Hare. Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna, Krišna Krišna, Hare Hare. A veš, ko zdaj se fajn slišiš, ne? Če se pa oni berijo, a mi greš? A mi greš pogledati, sam, ta prvi fejder, tam, ki piše oks 1, ta plavi, pri tem v smeri, zaenkrat, dokler ne rečem. Prvi feder, čist na levi, ja. Ja, gor pet, ne z njim, sam kar tako pet gor, brez fenderja, s prstom pet gor, do plavih gumbov. Oksena, kje ti piše? Te prva vrsta je, no. Te plava prva vrsta. Plava. Ja. Koliko je nastavljeno zdaj? Čak, je na ena ali je na dva?
Ne, dol je na 4. Na plavam, na zelenem je pa na 1. Zelen je 1?
Na 1.
Na zelenem.
A to je zelen?
Ja. Plav je pa na 4. Zelen je 1. Ja. Plav je 4, zelen je 1. Ja, ni zelen. Ena, dobra ena. Ja, dobro, se ti bolj poznaš, jaz ne poznam še te.
Če bo kaj piska, no.
Zakaj piska? Ne mi to razloči. Daj za piska, daj.
Hare Krišna.
Ne piskajo.
Ne bo zapiskal. Ker sem ga dal dosti bližnji, pa ni zapiskal. Čez ravno sem ga dal, ne?
Ja.
Z meter pa pol bližnji sem ga dal, pa ni zapiskal. Se pravi, to ne smi piskal. Ok, to je v redu. Zdaj še tega. Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna. Hare Krišna, Hare Krišna, Krišna Krišna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
A si videl, kdo je tu prišel? Pred Roman.